Zoom. There we go. I think now it started.
Okay. Anyway, we have not missed out on anything there. Okay, sure.
Thanks for getting it up.
So we have discussed about few commands yesterday. Number one was how we can go and view the list of files which is present in my Hadoop system. Can anybody quickly tell me that when we list down the file, from which directory it returns me the result?
From the Hadoop directory
User.
Hadoop.
Cloudera manager user.
So it goes to the default directory of your Hadoop, and from there it returns your value. So it generally is going to be /user and your username. So that is going to be returned by using Hadoop fs-ls. Then after that, we understood a command that how we can also go and view what is the space usage by your files or directories. Then we also understood how we can create a particular directory inside Hadoop ecosystem, which can be done by using mkdir. We also saw how we can create a local file by using a cat, by using a VI editor. And once we have done that, using this, we have uploaded that particular data using put command to my Hdfs file systems. Once we have done this thing, we have also understood how to bring that file back to my local file system, which we can do it with the help of get command. Once this get command will be over, then now we have also seen how we can provide the permission, and the permission we have done it by using the chmod. Chmod helps me to provide the permissions over the file. So let's say if you give 700, which means that you are only giving the permission to the current user who is owning that. So that's how we were giving the permission. If you give 777, that means you're giving read, write, execute permission to everyone, including others, group, and to yourself. So this is how we were giving the permission. Then we also saw how to set up the replication factor. So we also saw how we can check the replication factor. So till now we were looking all the files from Hue, but if you want to check the replication factor, you can go to your Hdfs name node location. From a name node location, you can browse the file systems. And from the file system, you can go ahead and check what is the replication factor. So you can go to /user /Cloudera, because this is my Cloudera user. And inside that, I have created a trial account. And you can see I have changed yesterday a file, which replication factor is 3. And the command which we have used for this was Hadoop fs, and we provided -setrep, which was setting the replication factor to 8 or 3 or whatever we want, and provide the directory path with the file name. Once we have done this, now I want to show you how we can move the file inside it. So in order to work on the movement of the files, it's exactly same the way we were doing it even in our Linux systems. You can do exactly the same way. So before that, let's quickly see what all files we already have so that we can see where we are moving it from where. So let's open this Hue. Let's go to the file system. Click on files. And here you can see the files and everything being present for you. Like for example, yesterday we created this trial, and this is the trial file what we have. Now this file is present inside the Cloudera directory. Now what I want to do is I want to bring this trial file here inside /user /Cloudera. Right now it is present inside /user /Cloudera /trial. So how we can do that? So for doing this, we will be writing a mv command, which is for the moved directory. Move works like a cut paste. When you do a cut paste, you remove the file from the original location and you put it to a new location. So you never do like a copy paste. Copy paste, like even in the original location, the file will stay in, and in the destination place also it will stay. So we are going to do a cut paste now. So Hadoop fs-mv. Now you can provide your file name. So let's say you will say trial/trial. So this is the file which you want to move, and which file you want, basically where you want to bring up. You want to bring up in your current location. So maybe you can name it as, let's say, trial2. Let's do this. So I renamed this file as trial2. I would have kept it with the same name also, completely fine. Now, if I come back here, or even I can check it from here also, Hadoop FS -ls. So you can see here trial2 file also showing up for you. Okay, so this is the file which is here. You can also view it from your Q directory if you wish to, and all the values will show up basically for you in terms of the getting these files. Now the next thing is, if I don't want these files, I would like to now remove them out. So in that case, what you can do, you can just write again a command which is going to be rm command. Just like remove command is there for your Linux systems, similarly you can hit the rm command for your Hadoop systems as well. So you say Hadoop fs-rm, and you can say, let's say trial2, which you want to delete. It deleted this file. Now if you hit this ls, you will see that trial2 will no more be available. So this way you can go ahead and remove your things as well. So these are the 2-3 things which I wanted to cover. Can you quickly all open your Cloud Lab? Let me give you one quick exercise which I want all of you to do. Open your Cloud Lab account. Have you all opened it? I'm just writing a question for you. I will explain this also, what you have to do. So you have to basically create a directory. So let's say you created a directory called as trial. Inside this trial, keep a file, let's say a.txt. Okay. Now create another directory, trial2, and then basically move this file inside this directory, a.txt. Maybe you can rename it to b.txt. And once it's moved out, then after that, I want you to delete this file. And before deleting, I just want to also do one more operation. Make the replication factor to 8. Okay. So make the replication factor to 8. And then after that, go ahead and delete this file. Everyone clear on the problem statement? It should not take more than 5 to 10 minutes. Can everybody quickly try this?
Okay.
You just do this. I'm fixing this up. What happened with this? If you need any command help, you can ask me. Okay, I can see Aditi and Gauss have done. Once you complete, please write down so that I'm aware of you have completed this exercise. For Aditi and Gauss, this is an optional exercise. If you want, you can try that. Maybe using ch mode, try to remove the read permission and execute permission on the file, and then see whether you are able to view it from the queue or not. Okay, this is optional.
Of read and write permission of which part, user, group, or
Yeah, so for the user, means make the rest of them as 0, only for the user, means the owner.
okay.
People who are working on the previous activity, they can continue. We still have 3-4 minutes more to complete this. Karthik, you can also try the option exercise since you're done early. If anyone of you face any trouble, please don't hesitate to ask me. I can help you with that.
What is the optional exercise, Shivam? Can you repeat it again?
Sure. So the option exercise is that you have to, the file which you are uploading, right? Maybe in a trial or trial to wherever it is, just change the ch mode permission of the owner to, let's say, means just remove the read and the write, read and execute permission from that file, and then see whether if you go to the queue, you are able to still read that file or not. Okay, and for the group and the others,
Oh, okay.
Shivank, I have changed the replication factor in Hue where I can see that.
so I think you cannot see it here. Are you doing it on the cloud?
I'm doing in the cloud.
Okay, on the cloud, you may not be able to see it because they have not given the, you can see, means they have not enabled it.
Okay.
But on the cloud, since I have the name node enabled, so I will
Mhm.
show you from there that we can view the replication factor.
Okay.
Shiva. Hello, Shiva.
Okay, go ahead, Reshma.
Actually, I have a doubt. I created a second directory also from, I have a doubt from how to copy from first directory to second directory.
Okay, so what you should do in this case, I'm just giving a hint, not the full thing, so that you can
Okay.
do fs.
Mhm.
Okay, after that you are using mv command, right?
Yeah.
Give the full path of the first directory, give
Mhm.
full path of the second directory.
Okay.
That would help you to move down.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Shiva.
Okay, guys, can you quickly finish it in next 2 minutes? If you are facing trouble, please ask me. We have to start the new exercise.
If we change the CH mod, we can't read it on the hue, Shivank. It says cannot access.
Yes, and that is a statement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the last 1 minute.
Shiva, can you show how to see the replication factor from the virtual machine?
Sure, I can do that. So from this machine, if you want to view it, what you are supposed to do, from here I have already bookmarked it actually. So you can check the Hdfs name node. This is running on a port. From here, you can click on this utilities, go to browse the file system. From here, you can go to the path /user/Cloudera. And here you have data. I have already removed it actually, if you recall, by using the rm command, but otherwise in the replication, it will show that number.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
No, small question.
Yeah, please ask.
Like I have used Hadoop FS/du, this you say, and it has given some values. Can you just explain what are the values that I'm not able to get?
So what it tells you in bytes, how much space it had taken. So let's say if you put a.txt having some text within it, so it will have some bytes, right? Maybe it would be 10 bytes, right?
Okay.
That number.
Yes. And another is like it has given some after the bytes, one more value is there.
That you can ignore it. The main thing is to look at this one, which is the kind of the size.
Okay.
Okay, guys, let's move ahead. If you have not done it, maybe you can do it during the break time or maybe after the session as well. A lot of you have already done it as well. If you face any trouble, you can even reach me out during the break time as well. I can help you with that. So let's start with another exercise, which is going to be your map reduce. So like I said, map reduce, we are only going to do from the perspective of understanding it, how it works at a very high level, because this concept is required even further. Even Apache Spark is written on top of it. Even all the components we are going to learn will also be requiring a lot of map reduce construct. So I will take a very basic example to get an understanding of this, but other than that, you need not worry about this much. So let's say I have let's say a file having written here, let's say apple, banana, let's say banana, apple, 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 banana, and like this it is continuing. Okay, let's say this file have only 2 keywords and nothing other than that. Anybody saying something? Okay. So let's say this file is called as f.txt. Okay. And this file, let's say, have it's let's say you can say that this file is of 384 MB. If it is a 384 MB file, can you tell me how many splits it will create? If it's a 384 MB file, and if I keep it into my Hdfs, how many splits it will create?
3.
It will create 3 splits. So let's
What
say
is the size?
384.
3 splits of 128 MBs.
Yes, so it will get 3 splits. The problem which we are trying to solve here, it's a very basic problem. I want to find that how many apples have occurred in this file, how many bananas are occurring in this file, which means right now I have only 2 words because this is just for our understanding, which I have kept it like that. But it could have, if you are writing a file, which is let's say a text file or log file, then in that case, definitely you could have multiple unique words also. Maybe you could have 100 unique words into your file. So what I am interested in finding out, for all those unique words, what is the count present inside this file? Like let's say apple occurred 10,000 times, banana occurred 20,000 times. This is what the output I'm looking for. Now in this example, I have taken a small one, which is just 384 MB, but you can imagine it, let's say you are doing it for a terabyte size of file that cannot be solved by writing a simple code. So that's where your distributed system will help. So first thing first, what we will do in this case. So in MapReduce programming, there will be 3 major steps involved. One is going to be a mapper phase. Second is going to be a sort and shuffle phase. And the third is going to be reducer phase. We write the program only for the mapper phase and the reducer phase. Sort and shuffle is an internal step. I will explain you about that as well. What exactly do there. Now what will happen in this case? Let's say this much of the file data went into my machine number 1. Maybe after that, this much of data went into machine number 2, and this much of the data is sitting in machine number 3. Because let's say I've already put it by using Hdfs. So in this case, let's say I'm assuming that, let's say this is your F1, this is your F2, and this is your F3, having all this data. And what I'm interested now to do is, I want to ensure that I do, basically I should be able to get these results in a combined way. Now, what I will do is, in this case, I will simply say, okay, I want to count how many apples are there. And in this case, what I will do in the mapper step, I will say apple. As soon as I got apple, I will just append 1 in front of it. Simple 1 in front of it. And this is just the logic which we are applying. You could have done in some other way as well. I will explain you some other ways just sooner. Now, then after that, let's say banana occurred in this file, you appended 1 in front of this. Then after that, banana occurred again, you appended 1 in front of this. Again, apple occurred, you appended 1 in front of this. You kept on doing this. Same way, for the second file also, what you did, again, banana occurred first, you put 1. Apple occurred after that, let's say 1. Apple occurred after that, let's say 1. You kept on doing this. And in the similar manner, for file 3 also, let's say apple occurred, banana occurred, apple occurred, apple occurred, and so on. You did like this. Okay. Now, what you did here, you have actually converted your data right now to your mapper phase. So here you have converted it into a key value pair. So the key value pair is representing the data and some sort of count with respect to it. Now, as a next step, what we will do, now this data is all sitting kind of basically in this manner into different machines. Now, what I can do is, in the same step itself, now since it is all sitting into machine number 1, I will also apply a stage called as combiner. Though combiner we cannot do everywhere, but still just to give an instance in this example itself, what I can do, I can count in this single machine that how many apple have occurred. I can simply do this computation easily here. So I will get, let's say, apple comma 400. Let's say from here I got banana comma 200. Maybe from in this machine, in the second machine, I got apple comma, let's say 200, and banana comma, let's say 300. And from machine number 3, let's say I got apple comma 300 and banana comma 500. Okay, let's say these are the results what I got. Now, since this I have done it on a machine level, means at a specific data node level. Now, once I got this, then what I will do, I will be sending this data, and what I will do, I will bring all the apples together. So I will say apple comma 400 here, then apple comma 200 from machine number 2, apple comma 300 from machine number 3 together, and then again banana comma 200 from this machine, banana comma 300 from the second machine, and banana comma 500 from machine number 3. Okay, now how I can ensure I got in the same order, means all the apple together, how banana together, I can simply sort it, right? If I do a sorting while bringing the data, then in that case what I'm doing is I am basically sort of bringing all these things together, because all the apples will come together because of the sorting steps, and all the banana will come together as because of the sorting steps. Once this is done, then in the next step, in fact, in the next step, what's going to happen? It will be keeping the data like this. So I will say here, apple, comma 400, comma 200, comma 300. Similarly, banana, comma 200, 200, comma 300, comma 500. And you can aggregate all this in a reducer step. All this is happening in reducer step now. So you can say apple, comma. So you can just add them up, 400, 200, this 600, 900. And in the second one, you will get banana comma 200, 300, which is 1000. So now this is going to be a result which you are going to return here. If you look at this, what you have done in this case, or what you have achieved in this case, you have divided your work into multiple machines. You applied some logic here to convert it to a key value pair. Now, though I have started with this logic of applying comma 1 in front of it, it's not mandatory that you always start like that. It depends on your problem to problem. What is the key value pair you want to decide for it? So now in this case, I just put 1, 1, 1 because so that when I want to basically add up, I can easily do that, right? So just like how I have written down here, right? Apple, comma 400, comma 200, comma 300, then I concatenate. I could have done it here also. I could have said apple, comma 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. How many times 1 have occurred? I would have added it, and then I would have got apple, comma 400. So this is just the algorithmic logic, the way I want to. And similarly for banana also, I was able to do this. Even on this machine, you can see in all these 3 machines, my step or the algorithm which is running is the same, because every machine we are doing the same logic to get the result. But once I got the result, I was able to do the sort and shuffle here. And using the sort and shuffle, I was able to bring all the apple together, banana together from all these machines. And once this is done, I will be able to concatenate and aggregate across for all this. And once I aggregate it, this is basically a reducer step. And here you are going to get the final result. This is your map reduce programming. So this step is a map. This is a reducer step. This is a sort and shuffle. So this is how your map reduce programming looks like. At the mapper level itself, when you have done this aggregation, this step is called as combiner. Okay, we don't do it everywhere. The reason, if we don't do it, I will just tell you what is we have to do in that case. But this makes your data traffic transfer to be minimal. So that's the reason we have kind of adopted in this case. First of all, any question on this?
Hey, Shivank.
Yeah, sure.
One quick question. This mapping will work for a limited set of mathematical operations, for example, isn't it? If we have to calculate, for example, average of apple and banana count, or maybe percentage, then I might want to include the entire data set into mind and then do the calculation.
No. If you want to do average, don't you think average is nothing but sum divided by total number? Right?
Yeah.
So you can do the computation for sum separately, bring out for the total number separately, And in the reducer step, once you get both the results together, then after that, don't you think you can write the sum divided by your logic?
Okay.
Right? So it's all depends on your program, how you want to write. So everything is feasible. It's not like it's not feasible. Everything is feasible. But yes, you have pointed the right example here in terms of here, then we should not be at the mapper level. We should not be doing the average for sure. Because if we do that, then it's a problem.
Yeah, it will give wrong result. Also, all these definitions, all this configuration level detail, do we have to provide, or I'm just wondering, it should be taken care of by the mapper program itself, right?
You have to still provide, like you when you write any code, right? Let's say you write a Java code. So you will have a main class, right? Now within the main class, you have to define some configurations. So you will say that, hey, I will be having a key, I will have a value, and my key is going to be of this data type, value is going to be of this data type for the mapper step. Then for the reducer step, my key will be of this data type, value will be of this data type. This will be inside your main function configurations. Now, once you will come to your mapper and reducer, there you will be defining your logic. Like you will be basically writing in the last that, okay, I'm going to write it, let's say key comma 1. Key could be, let's say, Apple. So whatever is coming up, comma 1. So you're going to tell that, okay, go ahead and write it. So that's because these results are going to be written down somewhere, right? Into some temporary hard disk location.
Okay. Okay, understood.
Yeah. Any other question from anyone? Okay. Now let me tell you one more thing. This, as rightly pointed out by Shurbi, let's say if I would have not used this thing, means I would have not done this combiner at this stage, then what would have been the difference here? The difference would have been, so let's say I come here and let's say from machine number 1, I had apple comma 1, banana comma 1, apple comma 1, banana comma 1, and so on. Similarly for machine number 2, let's say I have apple comma 1, banana comma 1, banana comma 1, and so let's say I have only 2 machines. Now in this case, what's going to happen? I will apply the sort and shuffle only in these two directly. So I will say bring all the apple from machine 1, bring all apple from machine 2, and then once you're done with this, then after that bring all banana from machine 1, then bring all banana from machine 2. Then once you're done with this, then all the apple and banana will again come together. Then further to this, you will say apple comma 1 comma 1 comma 1 comma 1, doesn't matter how many are there, banana comma 1 comma 1 comma 1, doesn't matter how many are there. And once you're done with this, you can aggregate. So you can count how many ones are here and how many ones are here, right? Now there's a problem in this approach. The problem is when you are sending this data from machine 1 and machine 2, because you have to send so many 1, 1, 1, 1, don't you think there will be a lot of network transfer of data going to occur? So you are sort of burdening your traffic in this case. So network data will sort of increase a lot. That's the reason wherever combiner is possible, then you should always apply that. But in situations like when you have to do an average, definitely average, you cannot do it in this way. For average, if you try to basically break it down and then try to get it, it don't make sense. What I mean to say, so let's say you have the data like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700. Can anybody tell me what should be the average of all this together? What will be the average of this?
400.
It will be. Now, let's say you take the average of these 4 and average of these 4. Can you tell me what's the average of this one?
250.
250. What should be the average?
600. 600.
600.
600. What's the average of these two?
850. Sorry. 600 plus 250. 425.
Can you see we are getting the result?
525.
No, it should be 425. Yeah. Can you see we are getting a wrong result here? If we would have applied the combiner approach here, we would have gone the wrong result, right? Because 400 should be the correct result, but we got 425. So in these stages, where basically definitely you need to have the complete data to get that, there you need to get with a different logic. Like I said, you have to compute the sum separately and the number of items separately. And then basically in those cases, once you have the sum and the number of items, you can divide them because that will give you the average. So then you have to change your logic to get the results. Everyone clear? Any question on this? Then I will move it to make you understand why it is a slower approach. Everyone clear? Okay. Now, let's see why this whole thing was very slow. Okay. Now, let's see this part, what exactly we are doing in this case. Let's say this is my RAM. Okay. So initially what happened, my file F1 with Apple banana is sitting here. My file F2 with Apple banana is sitting here. My file F3 with Apple banana is sitting here. What happened is the first step. You are running your mapper code. So mapper code will come like this, right? The mapper code will be sent to all these machines. It will say, hey, go ahead and execute this mapper code. So for the execution of any file, it can only happen in RAM, right? Without memory, can you execute any file? No, not possible. So first, what we will do, we will bring this F1 here in RAM. We will bring this F2 here in RAM. We will bring this F3 here in RAM. And it will apply the mapper step. So think of it like this. The mapper output, let's say this is the mapper output. Okay. So let's say this output, I'm going to call it as M1 because it's a mapper output 1. And let's call this as M2, which is the mapper output 2. So what will happen? This F1 will generate M1 here, and F2 will generate M2 here, and this F3 will generate M3 here. Then what will happen is the next step. It will store it to the local disk. This output will go back and get stored to the local disk. This is the internal working what's happening around. Now notice one interesting fact here. When you loaded this data from your F1 to this part, can you see an input output operation happening?
Yes, yes.
Right? Input output is slower operation yesterday.
Yes.
So that's why the first step of mapper is slow. Then what's going to happen is the next step. Now,
Again.
Now, what will happen? We will apply the sort and shuffle. When you are doing the sort and shuffle, remember all the data will come to one machine, right? Because we have to bring all the apple together. We have to do all the banana together, right? That's what's going to happen. Even in this state also, when we applied it, then also once we got this mapper output, we have to still bring them into all together into one machine, right? Like all the apple together, all the banana together, and so on. So what we have to do in this case, there will be a network transfer of data now. So what's going to happen? Let's say they all decided that we will do all this into data node 1. So what it will do, it will send the data M2 here. It will send this data M3 here. So it will bring M1, M2, and M3 on this machine. Okay. Then once it brings all that, so first of all, now again a slowness. So first slowness happened because at the mapper level. Second slowness happened at the network traffic level. Then after that, you will be bringing all this data to sort also, right? Because you are doing a sort and shuffle operation here. So when you're going to bring the sorting here, again, you are going to bring all these three into memory first. You will do a sorting. Whatever the final result will be, let's call it as S1 as a sort and shuffle output. So then you will again store it back to the disk. Can you again notice an input output, right? So again, a slowness happening at the sort and shuffle operation at the sorting level. Right now, once this S1 is there, now what will happen? I will send again a reducer code on this machine. Now this reducer code will again bring this S1 back to the memory, because if it will not do, how it will perform the aggregate step? It have to aggregate also, right? That will also happen into RAM only. So again, it will load into memory. Again, once this S1 file is sitting into RAM, what's going to happen? It will get executed. Let's say the final output you got is O1, and you will store it back to Hdfs. Can you again notice an input output at the reducer level? So the fourth slowness is again happening, gonna happen at the reducer level. Can you see so much of slowness because of input output and the network transfer of the data? Can you all observe that?
Yes.
That's the reason MapReduce is a very slow program. MapReduce works in fact very slow for the same reason, because it have to perform in all the steps. Every step it have to do an input output. And yes, even in Apache Spark, you will not be able to avoid the network transfer. That will still be there, but you will be able to reduce a lot of input output because of in-memory computation. We will see to that also, that how that happens. But here, major the thing is, because of so much of input output involved, MapReduce always go in the slower nature. Now, do you recall when I said Mahout, which was basically for your ML? In Mahout case, remember I said Mahout was sort of not being preferred by developers or the AI engineers because it was very slow. Now imagine if you are already coming from data science background, you already know that we have to iteratively do a lot of steps there, right? Iteratively do a lot of steps. Let's say if you are writing, even if we talk about simple regression algorithms, you have to find a gradient descent there. People who do not know, you can skip it out. People who knows it, I'm just talking for them. So you have to do, let's say, gradient descent, and gradient descent is iterative in nature. Now imagine for every iteration, you are running a MR code. Imagine how many MR code you will run for those iterations. It will make it super slow program. Super slow program. That's the reason it's sort of Mahout becomes very, very slow when it comes to AI algorithms. And it's not being preferred. Even when I will run you Scoop code, Scoop also works on top of MR. You will yourself see how much time it takes. Okay, you will yourself see that how much time it will take to run every query, even though the data transfer is very minimal. If you increase the data, definitely loading and unloading because of input output will increase, and it will anyway will add up to your time. Any question on this? Everyone clear on this part? Please ask your questions. So I just explained you at a very high level how MapReduce works. Even within it, there are so many concepts, but the intention is, since we are no more using MapReduce as such, even those 20% of the jobs where you're using it, you will still be able to use Apache Hive or Pig or something like that. I will still tell you what exactly is the way you can cope up with them also. But you will not be sort of going to come across these situations quite often. Now, any questions? I'm giving you 2 minutes to kind of walk through this diagram mentally. And then after that, if you have any questions, ask me. Then after that, we will move to Scoop. So use this tool to mentally run this diagram in your mind, guys. Yeah, Adriti, please ask a question.
So you told that the data nodes are connected via switches, right, yesterday. So when you tell a network transfer, is it a physical connection between the two data nodes?
Yes. If you also recall, even when we replicate the data, remember when I talked about Hdfs write architecture, what used to happen from Hdfs client, the data is always going to be stored in first data node, right? Then it used to create a pipeline, means this data node used to transfer to the other one, right? Then it used to transfer to the other one, and then it's sending acknowledgement. So actually this data node is helping me to transfer, right? Because of the physical connect.
So there will be like a master data node as well.
No, there's nothing like that. What it do is
but there will be
it just create a pipeline based on the name node returns the list. Okay, there is no.
Okay, so the first node that starts could be different at different times.
Mm-hmm. It could be completely different. When you read the data, only at that time, though still there is no concept of the master node, but still at the read time what name node do, it returns based on the client proximity, means which is the nearer to the client. So maybe it will say, hey, data node 1 is more near, then after that data node 2 is near, then after that data node 3 is near. So in this case, it will first always go to data node 1 to read it. But while writing, there is no such concept.
Okay.
So Shivank, when you say this MapReduce program works slower, so I'm just wondering, like, is this the same logic that was used in the beginning stages? Like later, they see so many drawbacks, right, regarding the network and also regarding the input-output operations. So did they not try to fine-tune this, or is it the same thing that was used even now?
No, they have fine-tuned, and that's the reason we Apache Spark. So the fine-tuning, what they did actually, they came. So even even Apache Spark also still use the MapReduce contents, but it is in memory. So I will tell you what I mean by in memory once we move to Apache Spark side. But that is nothing but the fine-tuning of this only.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And one more thing, Girish, which happened is, if you notice here in MapReduce, we are tightly coupled with the key value pair. Every problem you start working on, it should be in the format of key value pair. In the Apache Spark, that is not the case. You can also write a code without key value pairs.
We can write this only with the help of Java program, right, Shivam?
Yeah, MapReduce is only for Java.
So is that difference because of going from Java to Python, or is there something else?
I did not get your question, Arun. So when you say that difference,
when you said MapReduce only works with key value pairs and Spark can work without that, is that because of the change in the programming language, or is it something else? Is it more architectural kind of changes?
It is the architectural changes. So programming languages have nothing to do with key value pair. It is just the way MapReduce was designed.
Okay.
Any other question from anyone? Okay. So now let's move to scoop. As we discussed, in scoop, we will be transferring the data from Rdbms to Hdfs or vice versa. This is what we are going to do in this case. Now, this got actually quite famous tool, because otherwise we were finding it really hard to send the data. And what I'm going to do in this, and what is the approach I'm going to take with this. First, I will tell you how scoop works, right? Simple things which you can get it from anywhere as well, but it will give you a good understanding of scoop. Then after that, once we will complete that component, I will be walking you through a case study. Means after some practice, I will be walking you through a very small but a case study, relevant case study, so that you can see that some challenges coming in scope. Once we will cover up this case study, I will tell you from my industrial experience that what are the things which will follow as an issue in scope a lot of times for you, and how you should go ahead and resolve them. So again, this is not going to be a bookish thing, because this is something which I will be telling you from my experience, that when you will be working in some project for the client, what sort of issues you will come across. I will also keep talking here itself, though I could talk here, but I will keep talking here itself some optimization techniques also, like how you should be looking at optimization. In fact, one of the thing I'm going to add it in the case study itself, so that you get an insight that how we kind of understand some scoop optimizations, because this is also very critical. If you run scoop for a longer time, you may end up paying a lot of cost also, because if you're running on cloud or something, to your client, it will cost a huge amount of money. But if you optimize the queries and run it in a well-mannered way, then you can save a lot of cost for the client. So it's basically this, that's the reason it's going to be important. So just putting the context that this is going to be the agenda we're going to follow overall in scope. If you're not able to finish the whole thing today, because I have to also talk about this part, then in that case, we will start talking on this tomorrow. So it's completely fine. But I have moved out the yarn architecture and all from today's session because of this, so that we can cover maximum scope. Now, before I start on scope, any questions from anyone? Okay, then start. So first, let me show you a simple way how scoop works and how the connection looks like. I will show you in both. First I will show you in Cloudera VM, then I will show you how you can do it in the cloud, because you will do the case study in the cloud environment. Even the data set which I'm going to give you is little huge, and it's a publicly available data set, but it's huge data. So I will tell you maybe during the break time itself that how you can go and run that file, so that after the time you come back, at least you have the files ready in your lab, so that we don't have to face any trouble there. But right now what I will do is I will first give you an explanation, maybe via code, that how Scoop connects and everything. Then further to that, what I'm going to do is I will explain you how internally all these things are happening. Okay, what exactly is Scoop doing internally? Because that understanding will also help you to do some optimizations. Now, so let's see how we're gonna work with this. Just 1 second. Okay, so first thing first, let's see how we can connect with our database. Okay, so in order to work on this, let me go as a root user. Though it's not mandatorily, I can do it without a root user also. It's completely fine. Now, second thing is, let me connect with MySQL. In fact, let me do it as a normal user, so that you should see the difference from a user and the root point of view. Wherever the root user is required, I will also show you. So let's say I want to connect with my MySQL. In Cloudera, the MySQL is already available for you. So for example, if I want to connect with MySQL, I will say MySQL. I will give my username. So my username is root. I will say -p. I will not provide the password here, but it will say enter password. Then I will pass the password, which is Cloudera. Okay, Cloudera. So once I hit this Cloudera, now I am inside my MySQL. So this is the way I can basically go inside my MySQL. I am assuming that everyone sitting in this session are aware of SQL concepts. I have already given this as some links also to read in case if you're not aware. Anyone here who is not well versed with this?
Shiva, SQL should be okay, but can you give a short overview about Cloudera? I think that should help.
Short overview about Cloudera.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so Cloudera is nothing. So I tell you what is basically we are doing here. So Cloudera is a company, right? Now what they have done is, see, the installing Hadoop ecosystem is very tricky, and not everyone can go and afford the cloud also, because it's very expensive. You need to have an understanding about cloud. Then only you can work on cloud systems. And if you want to execute it on your systems, it's tough. It's almost impossible to sort of do that. Especially if you have Windows system, then you're gone, because on Windows system, you cannot even do any Hadoop activity. So what they did was they said, okay, since today we already have this virtual boxes. So virtual boxes is basically the way, or is the medium on top of which you can have any other operating system. Because of the virtual layer, what it's create, we can have another operating system. That's what I'm doing, right? Within my Mac system, I'm opening a Linux system. So what it did, it said, hey, let me give you a machine in which I will be already installing all the Hadoop and Spark component for you. All the Hadoop and Spark component for you. So since it is already installed and set up for you, you just go ahead, whatever machine I'm giving it to you, which is a 5.5 GB file, you just load it inside your virtual box. And once you load it, everything by default becomes available for you. So this is the idea. Now this machine, what they have created is written on top of CentOS operating system. They could have used Ubuntu, they could have used anything else, but they decided to use the CentOS operating system. Now let me tell you one more catch here. This thing, they have done it actually as an experimentation. They wanted to see how successful it is, and they wanted to make people aware that, okay, there is a Cloudera company, because people wanted to learn big data. They generally used to go to Cloudera, and from there they used to download this machine, and Cloudera was becoming famous with that. But what happened now? They recently stopped giving this machine. Now they started saying, I have a Cloudera cloud which you can use. We will give you a 30 days free trial, put your credit card and start using it. So people who are still searching for this box, they will not get that, because now they are sort of promoting this. They have already sort of promoted their good name using this box. Now they want to sell their product like this. So since I already had this box, that's the reason I uploaded it for you. Just if you guys can keep it handy, it will help you in future also. But because now these type of boxes are no more available. Got idea, Krish? What is exactly Cloudera? How it looks like?
Yeah.
Shivam, what about Hortonworks? It is also same as a Cloudera.
So if you know, Cloudera have bought Hortonworks, and even Hortonworks also used to have their own distribution called as HDP. Okay, what they did is now they sort of combine with that, so they also stopped their sandbox also. Even Hortonworks used to also give their sandbox. Okay, so what exactly is the case? There is a core Hadoop. Core Hadoop. Core Hadoop is like the bare Hadoop, which is the open source, which a lot of people use. Then what people did is they refine this Hadoop on top of it, make it little better, make it little more easier to use, and created their own distributions. Like Cloudera came up with their own distribution. Means it's working and still on top of Core Hadoop, but maybe they have just added their own things as well. Similarly, Hortonworks came up with their own thing. There is a company called as MapR, they also uses it. Okay, so these three still provide their kind of distribution free of cost. There are companies like, for example, if I talk about Oracle, okay, I talk about Microsoft. They also have the distributions of Hadoop, but they charge you for that. Okay, so because they provide you support, they have some more extra functionalities using their, like if you want to use AI algorithm, then they will be much faster and better in comparison to all these 4-5. So that's the reason they charge it. They say that it's a premium thing which you're using for us. So this sort of, but this is sort of the free side of the thing. So people sort of start preferring this. Mapper was not that famous. Now still it is catching up. But Hortonworks was famous. That's the reason Cloudera decided to buy it. And it bought it. Clear?
We can use Databricks distribution also for cluster computing and all. It is also very easy to use.
So I forgot to miss out their name. Even Databricks also have it. You're right on that. Databricks specifically sort of target on Apache Spark systems. Like you can get a Jupyter notebook and all that very easily there, and you can use that. At the same time, they will provide even a community version, which is I think 15 GB of the space or something they provide free last time when I saw it. After that, you have to pay for it. But they have made the life a lot simpler for Spark ecosystem specifically.
Yeah, Shivank. And also I wanted to add one point to this group. So without Cloudera, you have to install everything manual, be it Hadoop, be it Scoop, or any other tools in Hadoop ecosystem, right? You have to install it manually, and that would be real pain. But with Cloudera, it gives a package, and all you need to do is just install Cloudera and select the tools that you need to have it in your system, and that will install everything by default. So that is one very good advantage, and it has made people who work on Hadoop lives easier.
Yes. In fact, nowadays, what is also happening is these cloud, like for example, if I talk about Microsoft Azure, what they have done is they have done a tie-up with, let's say, Hortonworks. And what they do is they say that, hey, if you're using Azure and you are just enabling our services, everything will start for you by default. You don't need to set up everything. So Hortonworks, basically the way we are setting up the sandboxes and all right now manually. So all these things are like preset on the cloud environment. So even these cloud sides of the things which you created, like here you have something called as HD Insight, which is your Hadoop inside, basically inside. So similarly in AWS, you have EMR and all that. But here, like you have SD Insight. So it's like pre-setup of things being available on the cloud environment. Now, definitely this is getting little charge when you create their systems and all, but setup and all is free for you. Now, even to add up to Grish's point, when he said that this was very painful job, in fact, there used to be a job opening called as Hadoop administrator. This is still there, but now at a very less extent, Hadoop administrator. Their job was only to do this whole thing. Means setting up, installing, getting the clusters ready. But now with the help of these automations what have came in, especially on the cloud environment, now basically this job is reducing in the market because now everything got automated. So as a company, we need not pay much now. So this is making the life a lot simpler. Any other question on this? I hope everyone is clear on this part. Okay, let's get back. So everyone good with the MySQL component, right? Okay. So now what I will do is I will create a database here. So in this database, in fact, let me just quickly see already there, show databases. So you can see all these databases being available for me. Let me create a new database, create database. Let's say I'm going to say scoop demo. I'm just creating one. Now I want to use it, scoop demo. So I just went inside this. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to create some tables within it. So for that, I'm first going to create a table called as categories. Inside that categories table, I will be inserting some basically records as well. So I'm going to do this by stating this here. So I'm going to say create table categories. I'm creating some column names. Like for example, I'm creating item code, which is a varchar type, items, category, stocks, last stocked on, MRP, primary key is item code in this case. So I just created this particular table for myself. Now I want to insert some records here. In fact, let me keep doing one thing. I'm also sending you this code. You can maybe create a copy with yourself because when I will give you all these things to do, you can at least have all these things on the chat. So right now it's all present on the chat. You can copy paste from here as well. So whatever I'm copying pasting here, we can also keep on doing it once you will do exercise, not for now. So right now you can just spend time to listen to me and later you can use this. Now, same way, I would like to insert some records in it. So what I'm going to do, let me bring up some insert commands. Just allow me a second. Sometimes it creates problem in copying pasting here. Let me copy paste in some notepad. Okay, let me do this insert now. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm just fixing this copy paste issue, guys. Can you all connect to your Cloud Lab? Let me just tell you quickly how you can actually go and connect to your Cloud Lab. So for doing that, the username and password for you will be the lr deck. Let me in fact give you the full thing, what exactly you have to do there. Say MySQL, I'm just writing it on the chat box for you, -u, the lr deck, and the password is also going to be same, -p, and after -p there should be no space in your cloud.
So Shivank, your screen is frozen. I'm not sure is it just for me?
What are you saying? Sorry, I did not get it.
Yeah, I said your screen got frozen. Like, I'm not sure if it is just for me.
Is it? 1 second.
Oh yeah, now I can see. Yeah.
It's not type. I was typing actually in the chat box.
Oh, okay.
If you look in the chat box, I just send you this. Can you all go and connect there? There will be a database already existing, which will be by the name the LER deck, I think. Just go and use that database. Go inside that. Create this particular table categories. Meanwhile, which I've sent you. Let me meanwhile insert the data here. It's just that I have to copy paste it one by one line. It's not copying multi-line together for some reason. Once you're done creating the category table, let me know.
Shiva, is there a spelling mistake in the username and password?
No, it's correct. I know it should be learn or something, right? It just it's learn. It should work for you.
Why it's not working?
It's not working. It should work. I have tested it before the class. Okay, after -p, please don't give any space. I think should we have done that mistake? Don't give any space after -p. The password and the -p should be together.
Should we try it using root?
Shivam, for me also it is showing that access denied for the user.
Access denied, Shivam.
Yeah.
Let me just try that right away. Should not happen like this.
Hello.
Yeah,
the username should be the layer deck, not A should not be there in deck.
Oh yeah, that's a mistake. So it should be DECK.
Yes, and password is same.
Can you all try that now? So the username should be, in fact, let me fix this itself here.
Yeah, it's working. Sure.
It's working.
Yes.
Can you quickly create this table inside that?
Which database we have to use?
Use the, can you say, just say show databases once and tell me what all databases you see there? Okay.
The layer deck database.
The information schema is there. The alert desk
Yes.
is there.
Yeah, so do one thing, just don't create any new database. Just say use the alert deck.
Okay.
Go inside that. Okay. After that, can you copy paste the create table command? Create that table quickly. Then let me also share with you the insert command so that you guys can also do that. I just shared the insert into commands as well. Can you execute both of them? And let me know once you do select strict from categories, it should show you all this data. Reach to this step and let me know.
Shivank, I'm stuck at this point. I mean, we have to enter this as a password, right? Which you have copy pasted. My SQL -u, the whole thing.
Not working for you, Karthik?
No, I'm asking like this is the password, right? After my SQL -u root /p. After that, this is the whole password, right?
Correct. So after -p, whatever is written is a password, which should be given without space.
Okay, okay, fine.
Let me know once you guys are done with this. So make sure that once you are inside your database, you are able to create the table. You are able to and that when you say select, it should show you all the records like this.
Hello. My good God. Oh.
Hey, God. It is showing duplicate entries, Shivank.
Which duplicate entries?
While inserting, it is showing duplicate entries G1, G1 to 3.
Should not, because I just inserted in front of you. Maybe just look at it. If you find any duplicate, just change it to some other number. It's a unique column, right?
Okay.
I think 1, 2, 3 is only one time, which I have sent you in the command. Just see if by mistake you have changed it or something. I shared with you this thing. So if you look at this, there is no 1, 2, 3 occurring once again.
Okay.
Maybe truncate your table and try to insert again.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Shivang, which database we have to use?
Just use the existing one, which is I think the null deck or something available there. Just say show databases, that will show you the link.
When I'm doing show databases, it is not showing anything. I mean, it's just going to next line. And
Are you putting the semicolon?
okay, I have not used it.
Guys, today lab you have to keep doing along with me whenever I ask you to, because every command is going to be connected to the other. It's going to be very important that you, wherever I ask you, just complete it.
So Shivang, we have to create a table, right?
Create table, insert data. I was
Okay.
the insert command, insert inside it. And once you are done, you should be able to see select aspect and categories that all this data is.
Okay, I understand. And we should change the name of the tables, right? Because it's showing it already has categories and stuff.
Okay, I think you all are sharing the same database. Yeah, you can change the name.
Okay, fine.
Just change it, I think, from categories to categories. After that, append your name. Or maybe you can create it by your name also. That should be fine. I didn't realize that you are all using the same DB. Maybe from the next insert, maybe one person can insert it quickly. And then after that, maybe the others can just use the same DB. That should be fine. Anyway, for the practice purpose, this is enough from doing it from this time. Next time, somebody else can import it for you quickly. Okay, everyone done now? So after that, I will exit from it and come out. Guys, I need your attention now. So you can do it maybe after I complete one scoop command. First thing is, if I want to see what all things are available in scoop, so I would say scoop help. Now look at this output. Guys, just don't try to do along with me. I will give you good time to do it. For now, just listen to me how this whole thing will work. So scoop help will return me all the utility and things which are available inside scoop. For example, you can see here all the available commands. Like you can read about this import. It is telling me import a table from a database to Hdfs. Means from the Rdbms, this MySQL table which we have created right now, categories. If I want to transfer it towards my Hdfs, then in that case, I will be hitting this import command. Similarly, if I want to transfer the data from Hdfs to Rdbms, can you all read through it and tell me which command will be applicable here?
Oh, can you repeat that question again?
Shivam, can you come again with that?
My question is, just like import, I explained you that it is going to import a table from your database towards Hdfs. Same way, can you tell me which command would be used to transfer the Hdfs to Rdbms? Can you read?
Export.
Export command.
Export.
Now let's say if I'm inside a database, and inside the database, I want to list all the tables which are present inside that. Can you tell me which command should be helpful?
List database.
List database.
I said tables inside the database.
Show databases.
Show tables.
List tables.
List tables, right? Show tables you are talking about, I think. We have to do all this from the scoop commands, right? So we will be using list tables. As you can read in this description, list available tables in a database. Everyone okay with this part? Perfect. Now, once we have done this, let's try to list some tables. So what I will do, I will say scoop list tables. Let's see if it will work or not. It will throw me an error. Let's see that. And you can always ignore this warning. This warning is actually what happening is it is looking for a directory which is called as accumulo. If you create this directory on some location and then you can assign it with the variable name accumulo_home, then this warning will go away. But anyway, this do not impact anything. So let it be in the same manner. So right now you can see I got an error. Required argument -- connect is missing. Why this happened? I said list table, but I never said from where. From where I want this table. So for this, what I have to say -- connect, and I need to provide now from which one I will be connecting. So first thing is I will be connecting with MySQL DB. So I said MySQL. If it's Oracle DB, then accordingly you will be writing Oracle here. Now, then this MySQL DB is running where? That also I need to define. So this MySQL DB right now is running in my local system. So I can say either quick start dot Cloudera. This I can give, or I could have also given localhost because it's running into my local system right now. Now, since it is there, and this Rdbms generally runs MySQL runs on 3306 port number, so I just provided it. Port number, think of it just like, let's say you live in an apartment. So your apartment basically becomes your quick start.cloudera, but in your apartment, you must be living in a specific apartment number, right? So that basically, that's where your MySQL resides. So it's basically resides at 3306. Now, one more thing. If I execute this, this will also not work. Why? Because I have not told which DB, inside which DB I want to list all these tables, because that also need to be defined. So for that, I have created in my case scoop demo. So I will be defining this. Now, one more thing. Even this MySQL will not just work like that. First thing is scoop also use Java because it's converting to MapReduce code later, which I'm going to explain you in detail in a few minutes. But it is also going to use Java. And now that Java code will try to connect to MySQL. Anybody who have written this type of code means you are writing your code and connecting through a programming language to an Rdbms. Can you connect it like that? Or you need a driver?
You need a driver,
JDB driver library.
JDB, right? So from here, you will be telling that I want to connect it by using JDBC. First of all, everyone clear about this connection string? How we have written down? First is the driver, then we define the DB name, then we define where that DB is running, on which port number it is running, / what is your DB name on which you want to list. If I hit this much, again, I will get an error. Can you tell me why? What is
username, password?
Very good. When I was connecting with my MySQL, I had provided the username and password. So without authenticating, how you can connect here also. So you need to provide your username and password. So you will say username, which is going to be root, and password, which is going to be Cloudera. Now, if I execute this, this will return you now the list of all the tables which are present inside my scoop demo. I have only created one categories right now, so it will show me only categories. Let's see this output. This command will not work for you, so don't try that right now. I will give you a new command for it. Reason being, for you, your MySQL is running at different location, so I need to give you that address. So you can see here, your categories table is showing up to you. And that is what is the list command. So you have noticed without even going and connecting with my MySQL, I was still able to connect it using scoop and able to return the result. Clear everyone? First of all about the list table. Perfect. Now let's transfer some data. So in my categories table, we have inserted some data. Now I would like to transfer this up. How to transfer this up? So for this thing also, I will be first of all using the import command. This is the first thing which I need. Import command. Now tell me one thing. Do I need to change the connect string? Do I need to change the connect string?
No.
No. Because that will remain the same. I want to connect to scoop demo also. Username and password will also not change. Tell me any other thing required if I'm importing?
Table name.
Table name, yes. Because what I want to import, I need to tell that. So I will say hyphen table and I will give the name categories. Okay. So I will just create it by name categories and will execute it. There is a small mistake here. Now notice first of all the time taken by this command. Now see the power of MapReduce. In fact, I should say that this power of MapReduce. And was my data that big? No, right? Just some 7-8 records we have inserted. Can you see this is irritating? It is still not done. I wanted to make a note of this line. I will explain you in few minutes, but I wanted to make a note of this line. Sorry. Select min of item code, comma, max of item code from categories. Okay, just keep this in mind because when I will explain you how this is internally working, then I will show you all this part, like what is the role of this. So for now, see this, what just happened. It got executed. It took a good time. I think around a minute or two it took to complete that. But where your table got stored, where your data got stored, let's see that. So for looking at this, we will be going back to our queue. Let me scroll this up. Let's go to my queue directory. Now inside this queue, let's go to the files. Now inside this files, you can see this category showing up, right? Let's go inside it. Now, first of all, it is telling something like success, which basically denotes that my MapReduce program have run successfully. If let's say my MapReduce program would have failed somewhere, it would have been in red color and would have shown something like failure. Okay. And then you can see part M00. Let's see this output. So notice what just happened. Here you can see some data, right? Some data came up here. Let's see to some other files, 001. This file is empty. This is the way MapReduce have gone through, but I will tell you just one thing which you have to do later, and you will see a little different output than this. And you can see when this file have done, this file have taken some data, 0126, S127, and 1 to 8. Now let me explain you how this works. Secondly, why I got two complete blank output. Now, first of all, scoop works in its own way, but still it follows similar pattern most often. Let me tell you what exactly I mean to say. So what happens is, let's say I have an ID column and I have a name column. Let's say here, the ID column is 1, name is A, 2, name is B, let's say 23, name is C, let's say 44, name is D, then maybe let's say 85, name is E, 100, name is F. Let's say this is my data. First of all, when we are running this scoop, most of the time, I'm not saying every time, but most of the time, you don't need reducer. See, what is the role of reducer? Reducer will only aggregate the result. But one thing, if you notice here in scoop, what is happening? We are just bringing the data from my Rdbms and copying it from there and pasting it into my Hdfs, right? Am I doing any sort of aggregation here? Am I doing any type of aggregation here, guys? In this case, only mapper will be enough to return me this. Mapper can take up the data, copy it, dump it to SDFS, job is done, right? So what happens is, by default, though you can change this number of mappers, by default, you have 4 mappers, which your Hadoop starts, your scoop starts. So it will be like M0, M1, M2. Let me remove this. And then M3. Okay. The file corresponding to M0 will be created as part 0005. That's the reason you saw the same name. This will be named as part 0015. This will be named as part 0025. This will be named as part 0035. This is what exactly we saw in SDFS. Now what happens? It looks at the minimum value of your column and the maximum value of which column? The column which is the primary key. Okay, the file which is the primary key, the column which is the primary key, for that it looks the minimum value and the maximum value. Now tell me, remember I showed you one line where it said select min of item code comma max of item code. I said that, hey, hold on for this, I will explain you. Now what it do is, so this is like 1 to 100. Now what it do, based on that, it divided into equal 4 parts. So it say, hey, all the values between 1 to 25, you keep it. All the value from 26 to 50, you keep it. All the values from 51 to 75, you keep it. All the value from 76 to 100, you keep it. Okay, that's number 1 step. Now, once this is done, as a next step, what's going to happen? So now look at this. So it will get 1 comma A here. It will get 2 comma B in this file, part 00. It will also get 23 comma C. Now, look at the second one. This have 26 to 50. Yes, it have 44. So it will get 44 comma D here. Now, in this part, in part 3, sorry, part 002, tell me what data will go here?
No data will go.
Nothing, no data.
So this will be blank file. Okay. Now, similarly for 76 to 100 also, we will have 85E 100. This is the way your scoop is going to write the data. And all this writing part can happen in parallel, right? Because all these 4 processes can start reading the data. It can say, hey, I'm only interested in reading this much. The second mapper will say, I'm only interested in reading this much. I'm not going to touch your data. The third will anyway not touch anything. Fourth will say, I'm only interested in reading this much of data. So that's the reason it is going to have some blank file also embedded. Now 4 mappers is by default. Scoop is very smart to change this number of mapper whenever required also. It can change it. Secondly, as a programmer also, you can also tell that to Scoop that, hey, use maybe 2 mappers. use only 5 mappers. But one thing, even if you tell the mapper that, hey, take the 5 mappers, but in case if Scoop feel that your suggestion is not optimal, then Scoop can ignore it. Okay, so sometime, most of the time it will work for you, but sometime if it's not working, that means the number which you have given is not optimal at all. So you will get a warning and then Scoop will ignore it. It will take its own way, whatever value it feels is going to be optimal. Means if it's closer to optimal, it takes it. But if it's too far from optimal, it ignores it. That's what Scoop do to take care of this part. So that's the reason when you also saw your output, you saw some blank files. And the reason was because while doing that compute, and remember, my item code in that case was SI character. So let's say if I have ABC, this is string, right? Item code was what? S121, right? Something like this. It was a string or it was an integer? It was a string. So what it will do in this case, it will combine their SKI. Like what is the SKI of this? Let's say, I don't know. It may be, let's say 65, let's say, or 68. Right? What is the SKI for this? Maybe it's 80. Maybe a SKI of 2, then maybe 82. What is the SKI of 1? 80. It will combine all this SKI value, and whatever the output is, based on that, it will do all this computation. Clear, everyone? How it is doing for string, how internally a Scoop is working. First of all, the working component is clear. Any question on this? I'm giving you 2 minutes again.
So what if there was 101 and 102? Like how many parts would you do? 5?
It will still create 4, right? So let's say you said I have, let's say instead of this, it should be 102, right? This is what you're saying. So in that case, it's not mandatory that you get always the same balance file, right? So it could be possible that in part 003, it will say, hey, go and take the data from 76 to 102.
What if it's not equally divisible by 4, that number?
Then you will have a lot of blank files. And if you notice, that's what exactly happened with us. We got 2 blank files in the output.
Okay.
Right? Can you see there was a huge imbalance? In the first file, I have so much of data. In the second and the third file is completely blank. And the fourth file again got some 3 rows. So in that case, it will be imbalanced. And then that's the reason you should be then in those cases define a number mapper. Like in categories example, it would be better if by programmatic way, you tell it that, okay, go ahead and divide the data into only 2 files. Should have been a better approach.
Okay.
One more question. Those part files are created, right? And what is the format of that part file?
It's going to be a simple .txt format. But very soon we're going to see now how we can change the format. In fact, our case study will be having it.
Okay.
Any other question, guys, on this? Take a minute, just walk through this diagram mentally, see if you are able to map up everything.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
I want. How did the Scoop knew that the item code is a primary key?
Because it will go and read basically the details or the metadata details from your MySQL, right? It is connecting to your MySQL. In MySQL also, if you say DESC your table name, DESC and your table name, let's say categories, it will tell you that what is the column name, what is the data type for it. You have seen that? If not,
yes.
So basically you can see that. So this is your metadata about that table. So Scoop will first go collect that metadata, and using that metadata, it will also have the information that this is a primary key, because while creating that table, we have told that this is a primary key. So in the metadata of that MySQL table, that will be stored. That's the reason it will know that this is a primary key.
If you use more mappers, then the process is slow, right, Shiva?
I did not get your question.
If you use more mappers, for example, here we can use 10 mappers.
Yes.
The process is slow, right? Because there will be a lot of mappers.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about when I will talk about optimizations. So this will be an important topic to talk about, that how many mappers we should think about.
So which part has so all the parts have the headers or just one of them has it?
No, so header will not be stored. So if you look at these files, look at this outputs. If you see this part M00, can you notice the column name is gone?
Yeah.
So column name is never stored here in scope. That will be lost. Okay. But in case if you want to bring the column name, hold on till 2 more classes. You will get that answer also.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ramnath, was your question complete? I think you were saying something in middle, then somebody else.
Yes, yes. So if the primary key is where and it will convert to ASCII and it will take maximum and minimum, right?
Right. Then it goes with the ASCII logic.
Yes. So it will take maximum and minimum from that extra value.
Okay. Otherwise, minimum and maximum of categorical data does not make sense also, right? If you think about it. Everyone clear how Scoop internal workings work? Okay. Because these things will be important when I will move towards your topic of optimizations. So that's the reason I explain you this part, so that once you get an understanding of this, then only you can optimally write your queries. Okay, I think we already reached hit 1. I didn't realize that. Okay, any questions guys from today class? Maybe after.
Shivam,
yeah.
Shivam, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
If we added data in database, I mean, data will be added continuously, right? In database. Then how the scoop will work? It's again do the scooping from starting, or otherwise it's.
You mean to say, let's say I have already added the data.
Yeah.
Did an import, and then after that I again added some more data.
Yes. So it will import again from entire table or?
Very good question. So maybe next 1 hour, I will explain you a concept called as incremental approach.
Okay.
Using this, we actually handle exactly the same situation which you have just asked.
Okay.
Any other question, guys? Okay. Then in that case, we can have a break now. Guys, it's a request to be back exactly by 2, so that we get the time to start exactly on time. Today class is going to be a little aggressive on the practical end, and there will be a lot of practical activities which you guys also will be performing. So ensure that if you can be back on time. Okay. So be back by 2 p.m. and then we will continue.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, everyone is back now. I can see 17 people back. I think some 14, 15 people are missing. Okay, let's wait for 2 minutes and they will start.
Shivank, only we can import from Rdbms to Scoop and we can export to Hdfs. What about others like NoSQL database? We can use Scoop here.
No, NoSQL DB we don't use Scoop.
Okay.
Yeah. For that you can actually use it either by using, let's say, Kafka, or you can also bring it using Flume.
Okay.
Maybe if you want, I can show that connection once we move to Kafka. How to bring it. It's very simple actually there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we can start now. So as a first thing, we have just understood in the first session. Let me share my screen also. So in the first session, we have spent some time in understanding the MapReduce concept. And then we followed with respect to how we work on Scoop. So we also understood now how internally Scoop works. And now what we are going to do with this, we are going to spend some time in understanding some more aspects of it. Surbi is asking, share the Hadoop and HBase URL. I did not get this question, Surbi. Can you explain me that? All is present inside your lab itself. You can just type HBase, you will be connected to HBase. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, to start with, what all we gonna do now? So right now, when I hit this command, it stores the data inside /user/Cloudera. But instead, now I would like to save it maybe inside the trial directory. I don't want to store it maybe inside the basically in /user/Cloudera, which is a default location. So I would like to change this location where I want to store it. So it's pretty simple to do that. Let me open my shell. Now, in order to do this, we will exactly hit the same command. There will be no difference in that. Only thing which will come up here is we will be defining something called as target dir. So we will say hyphen, sorry. Hyphen target dir. Now inside this, I can define my command that says /user/Cloudera/trial. Now inside this trial, if I only execute this, this will give me an error. It will say that, hey, trial directory already exists. So I have to tell that which directory you want to create, inside which you want to keep. So let's say I can say the same name, categories. You could give some other name also if you wish to. And now all the data will go inside this particular directory, and that too inside this categories folder. If you want, you can even change this name as well, like I said. Let's this get executed. Again, since all these are time-taking commands, so it will You have to be patient for 2 minutes. When we will move to our Spark concept, we will notice that things will become very fast. Means you execute the command, you get the result. But you're working with Apache Hive, you're working with this, everything will be slow. So you can see now it is started sorting, the mapper has started. So it created a connection with Rdbms, it have done all the test bed. Now it has started copying the data for you. All this is done. Now I can come here. And if I refresh this once again, let's say I go to Cloudera. From Cloudera, I can come to trials. You can see here categories coming for you. If you notice, I also have one more folder called as free, right? This folder also don't have anything. Let me show you one more thing. Sometime it could happen. I don't want to give the name for the folder I want to create. I want to use the same name, whatever it is coming from your table itself. For example, here, I could even in target dir, I can change it to categories 1 also. There will be no problem with this. It can save it in categories 1. But what I want is, I don't want to give any name. I want it to get stored with the name which is already there. So for example, in the free folder, there is a free folder. Inside that, I'm not telling that what is the name of the file or the directory, but I want to save this categories here. So for this, what I will do, I will say warehouse dir. That's the only difference with this. And now it will automatically go and store the data for you with the same table name across. Just see this output. And I will tell you the advantage of this also. And in the target dir, if you will not given a new name, it will throw you an error. But in warehouse dir, you can see that it have automatically started creating for you. Okay, so this got also completed. Let's come back. Let's quickly refresh it from free. So if I go to free now, you can see here categories showing up for me. Okay, now I want you to do this exercise. Okay, so for this part, which you will be doing, let me give you this. In fact, I will ask you to do a little different exercise from what you have done right now. Let me give you the command. Just allow me a minute. I have a question for all of you meanwhile. Tell me one thing. If in case you have to import all the table from your basically from your Rdbms to Hdfs inside the database. So let's say whatever database you're using, there are so many tables within that. I want to import all the tables. In that case, first of all, what is the command I will be using? Will it be import only? Can you all hit the scoop help and give me this answer first?
Import all tables.
Import all tables. Okay. Now, second thing is, I don't want it in the default location. I want to send it to a different location. Now tell me which one will be more suitable here, target DIR or warehouse DIR?
Target DIR.
Target DIR?
Warehouse.
Okay. So Manju, can you explain like why you say target DIR?
We have to send the directory to the particular folder. That's why we have to select the target.
Okay, Aditi, why you said that it should be warehouse?
Even if that particular dir doesn't exist, it will still not throw an error.
Okay, let's say that folder is empty, then will there be a problem?
I'm not sure of that.
Okay, any other response? Whoever is giving answer, give me a logic. Yeah, Arun?
I was just waiting if someone would. I just want to give someone else a chance to speak.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, in target so we are trying to import all the tables. If we give warehouse dir, it takes the table names and creates the file names. But if we are using target dir, we're supposed to give the table names. Since we're doing a bunch of tables, I think warehouse dir would be the way to go.
Yes. Now Arun have given the right perfect answer. It should be warehouse dir because think about it. The problem is, let's say you have a DB. That DB was, if you remember, learn the deck, right? So inside that, I have, let's say, table A, I have table B, I have table C, right? Now, what happens when you give the target dir? When you give the target dir. So in this case, you have to tell the specific directory name. You have to say /user, /Cloudera, maybe let's say free, then you have to tell that, okay, you want to bring A, you will say A, right? Now within this A, only one field will go, right? But right now you want to bring everything. You are not just stopping at A, you want to bring B, you want to bring C also. So don't you think I should stop it here, say it as warehouse dir, and then let all the table name automatically get created. So let's say if I have A, it should create by the folder A. It should create automatically by folder B. It should create by folder C. Agree everyone on this part? So that's the reason we need warehouse dir. Everyone clear how this is coming up? Manju, are you clear on this part?
Yeah, Shivank.
Perfect. So what I want you to do is, I'm going to give you some commands now, which you will be running on your lab. So first of all, let me share a command, which is going to be for listing the table. You can just replace these things with respect to your username and passwords, which are given to you. Rest of the things are same. I also give you the command how you can write your scoop import. Now, using this, first you can execute these two quickly just to see whether you are able to import. Then after that, I want you to import all the tables which are present inside this table. Okay. So I have sent you both these commands. Just replace your directory name accordingly to your change the target dir to warehouse dir in case if you're using import all. And then just place the table names and all that. Means just correct this command according to import all tables. All of you work on this now. And make sure that you create a folder and inside that you place all this. Maybe create it like all tables or something. Whoever is done, just keep letting me know. And meanwhile, you guys are doing this, I'm just going to import some more table in my database. I just need it for some work. And I will give you all these commands later. So you can continue on your exercise.
Shivank, I may have missed it, but we have to import all the tables one by one.
So you have to use import all tables which are present inside the learn table.
Okay, okay, fine.
And whoever complete, just let me know. I have some work for you.
Shivank, one more doubt. In import all tables, where we used to give a table name, we are supposed to leave that empty.
Yeah, definitely. Because when you're saying import all tables, you need a
Yes.
table name.
Okay, okay.
Anyone who have completed this? In fact, have you tried the list table is working for everyone, right? List table and import normal command.
Shivang, the list tables command worked for me, but for importing, I'm getting access denied error.
Access denied error.
Yeah.
Be the case. Anybody else?
It was running for quite few minutes, seconds, and then I got this error.
Can you sign out and again retry that? Anybody else?
It's working for me. Yeah.
Then in that case, can you disconnect and again relog?
Oh, sorry, your voice is not audible.
Yeah, I was just telling to Surbhi that she can maybe disconnect and again relog in if something goes wrong.
And also, like, I have executed this scoop import command for on one table, and it got ran successfully. And I was trying for this import all tables with same command, like little changes. For that, I am getting some error.
What is that? What is that?
I'm not able to see the error actually. Let me check whether the table of like unrecognized or table there is.
Let's see if we're giving the right way. That is going to be important.
Consider
So those I have just privately send you the command, just match up with it if you have done something wrong.
Okay.
I'm still getting the same error, Shivang. Can you share the credentials once again with me?
You mean my own credentials? Let me do that. Maybe try
Yeah.
your own credentials. I'm anyway not using it. That should be okay. Try on this one.
So this is MySQL credential.
No, this is the account which I have given yesterday also. So in case if from your account you're facing issue, you can log in with this Lakshmi account and can.
So I'll have to exit the Cloud Shell.
Yeah, you can exit from it.
Okay.
Shivank, I am running this import all tables command. I am getting 2-3 errors here.
Okay, that is
So
your error is facing. In fact, guys, all of you just listen to me once. One thing in Scoop is mandatory is that all the tables should have the primary. That's very important. If you do not have primary key, do not table. And you know the reason why, right? So in case maybe since you're doing import all, maybe there are some tables created by somebody where if its primary key is not created, it will start showing error for these particular tables. Okay?
Shivang, sorry to interrupt. Karthik, can you go on mute?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, Girish, you were saying something?
I was asking Karthik to go on mute. There was some noise in the back.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying is that in case if in any table you do not have the primary key, it will throw you an error in that case. Now, in order to handle that, there is a way for it. You can use -ms1, which means you are, I told you, right? You can also control the number of mappers. So if you say -m is 1, means you're instructing Scoop that only use one mapper. Means only in part 000, put all my data. I don't want any other part in that case. So if you do this, it will run only one mapper to load the data and all your errors will be gone. So you have to read the error. So don't panic in case you get an error. In case if it's complaining that it's a primary key thing, then it will be obvious error because the table do not have it. So it's an intentional thing I have given you to also to make you aware that how the table import can also fail in what all scenarios.
Shivank, I have an error I want to share with you. This is saying unrecognized argument hyphen table.
Yeah, so this is very clear, right? Why are you using hyphen table if you are using import all tables? When you're saying import all table, do you think hyphen table makes sense? Right, Karthik? Can you make out? When you're saying import all table, which means you are instructing that load all the tables present inside the DB. So I don't import that table. So remove that table.
Yeah, I understand now.
Should be only you are using it. Just try on a different browser. It should definitely work. Because today nobody else is using this account. Even before us, I have done a complete testing on this account, running all your scoop commands to ensure that everything is running perfectly fine on cloud. So definitely from my account, it will work.
Okay, I tried the older password. It worked for listing, but not for import. And this one, it's not logging in at all.
When you say
Let me try closing everything in. Let me try once again.
Yeah, maybe try in the Hadoop account. I'm somehow suspecting your browser is interfering in something.
Maybe.
Gaush, what about you? Have you fixed the issue?
Sorry, Sunil, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, have you fixed the issue?
That import or table, still I'm not able to fix that.
You're still getting error?
Yes, yeah.
Have you checked what is the error? If you can pass me that error message.
Yeah, sure. Just give it a minute.
And tomorrow, guys, just see if you can have the Cloudera being set up, because it will be much more easier for you also to use it. Cloud, you can use it for just as a reference for later practices, but it's much easier to kind of write the commands also in Cloudera.
So quick question, Shiva. So when we give the commands group help, right? So it gives us a list of commands and then it gives us a description, right? Is there any command that would give us like the syntax or like how the command would look like? How Hdfs, Hadoop FS command does? Is there something on scoop that would do that?
Yeah, so you can say scoop import and then write help. It will give you all the details and syntax about import command.
Got it. Thank you.
For the best answer for this is actually even Google also, which I generally prefer a lot of times. Okay, Arun, you're done. I want you to create some tables, Arun, for me in the same database so that everybody can access it later. So I'm just giving you a few commands if you can hit that.
Okay.
Others just keep on working. For you, there will be no impact. So this is the stock table. Similarly, I'm going to give you manufacturing table. Oops, sorry. I think I by mistake sent it to Gauss. Okay, I just shared with you manufacturer table.
Yeah.
And others, you need not hit this command. So once Arun will send it, basically execute, for you also it will become available because we are using the common DB. Okay, so till this consolidated stocks, in consolidated stocks table, there is no insertion. But for others, you can have the insert command as well. Okay, Karthik, you are also done. I have one other activity for you, Karthik. Then.
Sure.
Ready? Inside your folder, maybe create a folder once, Karthik, in your home directory or something. Okay, and maybe named it as inron or something. And then I'm just giving you some commands. Just first of all, bring these 4 files. You know about wget, right?
Sorry?
You know about wget, right?
Wget command.
The wget commands help you to bring the data from.
Yes. I know.
To create a directory first.
What name did you say for the directory?
Just create it with the name Enron. ENRON.
Enroll.
Arun, are you done?
I'm working on.
Just do it only till constant deleted stops. Okay. The next one I'm giving to Karthik.
Okay.
Yeah, Karthik, start hitting these commands which I'm giving you.
Okay.
If anybody else have any doubts, please keep on asking. Only 2 people have done this. Okay, so you will have 4 different files after this folder. Once you're done, let me know. Shubhi, what about you? You're able to connect now?
Yeah, I could connect using the old password only. Imported the table successfully.
Okay, so import all is working for you now?
I didn't try import all, but I just wanted to confirm if the table got imported successfully in Hdfs.
Okay, just confirm and after that hit import all.
So I can confirm it through Hue?
Yeah, Go to your view and check your directories.
Yeah, I can see success and part file there.
Okay.
And
Now
all.
try the import on.
Okay, I would have missed the command for import all. Can you please ping me?
I have not given.
Okay.
As you look at the scoop help, look at the import all tables, and from there
Okay.
you have to do this exercise. So you have to take a call like how the syntax will look like in this case.
Okay.
So Shiva, I've done till creating the table for consolidated stocks.
Perfect. That's really good. Karthik, are you done with all these 4 wget commands?
No, I'm doing it. My session got expired, so I have to connect again.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Hello, am I audible?
You're audible.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. So what we have to do now?
Have you done the import all tables?
Yes, I have imported all the tables.
Awesome. If you're done, then let's wait. Just wait for others to complete. Just next 3-4 minutes, and we will move to the next one. Meanwhile, I'm getting your case study uploaded also, so that everybody will be able to start on case study after we complete this exercise.
So Shivank, I'm running this command. It is giving scheme missing, something like that.
When you're hitting, you are trying to do it all together also. Just hit one by one. Say wget and then give this link for it. So scheme missing error only comes when you're doing some mistake there.
Yeah, still scheme missing error is there.
We could do something like this. Let me just see quickly if I'm doing something here. By any chance, is this also getting added in front of you also, like before HTTPS?
No, it is not.
Can you do something? Just type wget, and after that, just copy this link and just write it down. I'm suspecting that this is an issue. I mean, just type wget, and after that, just copy this link and then paste it.
Yeah, now it's working.
Right? So it somehow have added some extra characters. That's what I'm suspecting. Who all have completed?
For me, like import, I have done. So import all this showing some error.
Okay, just read the error comes. It will let me know what is the error. I can help you with that.
So actually, the error is error reading from database java.sql SQL exception. I will just ping you that.
Okay, so if it is saying this, that means it is having a problem in reading some primary key table.
Mostly like the error, what I'm making sense is like encountering IO exception running, no column to generate from class writer.
Okay, I got it. Why this error is coming? This is happening because in this cloud, they have set up some restriction in terms of how many concurrent tests can happen. So what happened is like, since there are concurrent tests, multiple people are trying to access it right away. So maybe your connection sort of got out of it. This is not because of primary key.
Okay, okay.
This is basically because of number of connections, which is fine anyway. Primary key error would have happened, then it would have happened for everyone because 2-3 people have already finished it also. Karthik, what's the state? You are able to complete this?
Yeah, it is taking some time. I have completed 2. I'm still left with last.
You are at the last. Okay. Let me know once you're done. I will tell you something very quickly. Guys, this last 2-3 minutes, quickly complete. We have to proceed with the next one now, since we have to also do a case study today.
Yeah, Shivanka, I'm done with all 4.
Can you just connect to MySQL quickly? Connect to MySQL and then go to your database. And after that, in fact, do one thing, just exit from the database. You don't need it. Exit from the database. Just remember the database name, what is there. And do one thing, just directly hit this query. So what I'm trying to say here, MySQL -u root -p, change this enron to your own database name, which is basically there. And then after that, this less than symbol, single inverted comma, just give the name of the file. Let's say employee list new. I think you don't need to provide the path because you are from the current directory itself. Can you hit this command?
Yeah, wait a second.
Last 1 minute. If anybody face issue, please let me know. And you have to do it from outside. Okay, so don't connect inside, and also give your correct username and password. So I gave root because it was the Cloudera one. So just change your username as per your username.
So to understand this, what Karthik is doing is he trying to download the files from S3 bucket and then trying to import into MySQL?
Correct. So what I have done is, for this particular case study, I have used the Enron dataset. I will explain it actually to all of you. And what I have done is I have actually just did some cleaning also in this. I'm not using the exact dataset because that have some issues. So I have done some cleaning, and basically that's uploaded into this AWS bucket. And now since he's uploading this, all these SQL files, so he's able to execute all this and will bring all these tables and the data now inside the DB. So it's going to be pretty huge data once it will come in. And after that, I will tell you in the case study what all you have to do.
Okay, got it.
Karthik, worked or not?
Wait a second. Instead of root, I have to use my username, right?
Yeah. Instead of root, just use the username of MySQL. I think that should be the learnate or something, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah, it should be the learn deck.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Just let me know if you are able to do for employee list new. If that has happened, then it's simple. Okay, anybody facing the issue in the last command, guys? Import all tables. How about you, Girish? Have you done it? Girish, in case if we can hear. Manju?
Yeah, Shiva, I can hear you.
Yeah. Have you completed that? Import all tables?
No, not yet.
Okay. Are you facing any issue, Girish, in that?
No, Shiva, no.
Okay. Okay, then 2 more minutes, guys. Quickly finish it.
Shivank, I am getting a syntax error in this when I'm running this command.
MySQL -u. Give the basically the table username is the ler deck, right? -p, then your whatever database we are using right now in MySQL, less than symbol, and then basically with a single inverted comma, just give the name of it. Can you just paste your command? Which you have used?
Okay, I have not given database name. So how will I check database name?
So you have to say -p and then space. After that, give the database. So we were using the database, right? Can anybody tell the database name we are using there? Just say the database name.
It's the same name, the alert deck.
Yeah. So it's the same there. Just say -p, the alert deck. Working now, Karthik?
I'm copy pasting it in chat, but I have.
Okay. So let's start. Meanwhile, if it's not done, I will get it done quickly. It will hardly take 2 minutes to do that. So next step is once we are basically understood now how to work with respect to import all tables. Now, the next thing which we would like to also understand is what about the situation if I have to maybe query it with respect to something else, means some condition I have to provide. Then how this is going to take up. So just allow me a minute. A lot of windows got open for me. Okay, so now you will be also able to execute all this at your end. Reason being because already Arun have kind of put down all the data for you. So I'm not going to use categories now. I'm going to use something else. In fact, for I hope import all table is clear to all of you. I'm not going to execute it, but I can quickly show you how the syntax will also look like before I show you the conditional thing. So you can see here. Sorry. Yeah. So this should be like a scoop import all table command. You have to say import all tables. You have to give your connect string. You have to remove your hyphen table, give your username, password, and then use the warehouse dir and give the location. Don't use target dir, you will get an error. Don't use hyphen target, you will get an error. Okay, so keep this in mind. Now I'm not executing because of the time basically here, which it will take. So now the next thing which I'm going to do, I am interested in finding out now. So let me come out of this whole thing. And well, let me show you quickly one more thing here itself with the where command. So let's say in the categories table itself, I have a category also available. For example, let's say if I say select a strict from category, sorry, categories. If I do this, you can see I have a column name called as category, right? Now in this, I have multiple things like I have apparel, I have grocery, I have stationery. Maybe I'm only interested in the places where I have only grocery, means in these 3 rows I'm interested. So how I can do that? Let's come out of this. And in order to achieve this, it's pretty simple. What we will do is we will just say hyphen where clause. So the way it will look like is, so you can see here, scoop import. I will give my connection string. I will give my username and password. Then I will tell my table name, and then I will tell my condition hyphen where category is equal to grocery. So now in this case, what's happening is I'm giving the condition that wherever this grocery is going to match in my category column, take them only. And I want to save it, let's say in, I'm saying root, let's not do that. In fact, I should say /user/Cloudera/free. Let's say I want to store here. Okay. Now inside free, I have to give a name, right? So maybe I can say grocery. Okay, I just named some random name, grocery. So now if I execute this, this is going to now bring up only the data for me where I have only the category, basically in the column, I have only the grocery. So I will be able to filter out now based on this way. Okay, so this way I will also be able to sort of go ahead and execute this thing. First of all, everyone clear with this part?
Yes.
Okay. How this works. Karthik, I'm just correcting your code here itself. If you can try executing this itself. Just hit this and you have to do it outside MySQL. Okay, don't do it from MySQL. Just try that, Karthik. It should work for you now. Let this complete meanwhile. So now if I go to my queue and I go inside my free, you can see grocery coming up, and inside this I can quickly check. I will only have the values with grocery. You can see it got one row here. Maybe the other rows might have gone somewhere else, but I will not get any data other than this. So this is how I can work basically with respect to some conditional aspect of the things. Now, second thing which I want to do is, let's say I want to write a SQL query from the scoop import. Means maybe I have 2 tables, and from the 2 tables, I would like to perform a join sort of operation. What I mean by that, I have one table called as stocks, and I have second table called as manufacturing. Let me show you that quickly. So if I come here, and it's already available for you also, guys. So nothing to worry about this, that how you will be seeing it. So in this case, let me just say show databases. What is the database I was using? Use scoop demo. Now inside it, if I show you select a straight from box, you can see here. Okay, I think this is capital S I created. Yeah. So you can see here, I have all this. And notice there is a M code column. This is going to be sort of a joining column for both the ones. So second table also I want to quickly show you. Select asterisk from, if I'm not wrong, it should be manufacturers. Manufacturers, and you can see this. Here also I have the M code and the manufactured by. So what I want is now, I want to now have basically a join of this, where I want basically for this M code, not only these values, but I also want to have the manufactured by, means which company I manufactured it. So I would like to also have this in my condition. So in this case, definitely where clause will not help because here the joins are involved. It's a little complex query. So how we will go about this one? So for this thing, it's pretty simple. Everything will again remain the same. The difference will come now. I will use hyphen query this time. This hyphen query will help me to go ahead and execute this as a query. Let's understand this command now. So what I'm going to do here, you can see I'm saying scoop import hyphen connect. I am giving my connection string. Then further to this, I'm saying username, password, and then I'm giving hyphen query here. And in this hyphen query, I'm defining select my column names, what I want. You can see even manufactured by is coming up here. From stocks, join manufacturers using M code. That's it. This is my SQL query, which I have defined. Now, after this, I'm saying where condition. So what this dollar conditions will do for you, like when it will be executing it, at that time, it will tell to Scoop that you have to go ahead and perform all these operations depending on these conditions, like let's say M code joining part. So this is what will be implicitly passed. That's the reason for writing any SQL query. You have to always use this conditions part. Now, what is this split by going to do for you? Actually, in this example, if you don't use split by, it will not have any impact. So remember, when we were hitting the queries, it was doing select minimum, some column name, comma, maximum, some column name, right? And it was by default picking up the primary key for you. Let's say you want to do all that with respect to some other column, sorry, some other column. Then you can use this split by. Now, in this case, I have used the same primary key because I just want to show you this example. Now, after that, I'm going to define my target dir. So in this case, let me again change it to a correct location, /user /Cloudera /free. And maybe I would like to save it as joins result, right? So let's call it as joins. If I execute this, this is going to now execute this particular join query for me and then return me the result into my Hdfs itself. Everyone clear on this part, how this works? I am sending this code to all of you because I know this is a little bigger one so that you have this. Right now, don't execute it, but this is the code which you will be sort of needing up when you will be executing this particular command. Any question on this part from anyone? How to write a query, how to do a where clause. These 2 points should be clear to all of you. Now, one more thing which I will do, let this complete first.
Shivang, you have like used a dollar condition, right? You already initiated that.
This condition is for Scoop to understand this condition. So Scoop will basically go ahead and insert the condition of join within this condition. So you can think of it, it's a variable which Scoop will understand. So whenever you hit this, you need to pass all this query within this condition. So first you write a SQL query and then say where condition.
Okay.
Now it's have already got completed. Let's get back. Let's go to my free. You can see joins getting created for you. And within that, I will have all my data. You can see here, basically whatever the name of that company will also be showing up for you. Now, I'm going to explain you one interesting trend. Like what if I have a database where I already have some data for me? For example, I think this was some question being asked by somebody. Like, let's say I will have the data, like for example, there's a table called as morning shift. I will be using that. In fact, let me connect to the DB and show you. That will be better. Use scope demo. And select script from morning shifts. So this is my table. Sorry, there's a typo in the spellings. It should be morning underscore shift. Okay, see this part. So in this case, what's happening? Let's say I have a table where I have agent ID, agent name, and phone. I have currently 4 records. Now, maybe I have imported my data of this table, morning shift table, to my Hdfs. So what happened? This data till 4 record have inserted to my Hdfs. Now what happened? After that, maybe tomorrow, there are some more records which came up. Let's say 5 and 6 came up. Now in that case, I have to again load this data. So if I will again do the import, don't you think the import will happen for all tables together? Right? Means if I have to import inside the same directory. So let's say it is named as slash morning underscore shift. I don't want to put it in somewhere else. So in this, I have already part 0 file, part 1 file, part 2 file, part 3 file. In this, already the data for, let's say, record number 1, record number 2, record number 3, record number 4 is kept, right? Because if you recall, I have only 4 records here. Agent ID is only 4. So now, let's say 5 and 6 came. So in this case, if I want to bring this 5 and 6 here, it's not feasible, right? Either you again run the whole import, and then basically again load the whole data again. It will come up here. That's one approach. But I am not interested this way. What I am interested in, that in the same one, I should be able to add these 2 things maybe after this. What I mean, I cannot update the older one, but I should be able to, let's say, add parts 4, part 5, part 6, and here I should be able to 5 and 6. Maybe here I don't have any record like this. Means I should be able to directly append without touching these 4 files at all. Clear everyone on the problem statement what I'm going to look at? I think in the morning somebody, in the first half, somebody asked this question and I said it will come in some time, called as incremental approach. So this is what we are going to do now. So first thing is, any question first of all on this? Okay. Now, what we are going to do in this case. So in this particular case, first let me import this particular table and bring it to a location. I need to exit from here. Now notice what I'm doing here. I'm saying scoop import, give my connection string. I'm giving my username and password. I'm giving my table name, which is my morning underscore shift. And I'm telling that save it into a location. Let's say I want to give it as /user /Cloudera /free. And inside that, let me give a name, let's say morning. I'm just giving it as morning for now. So once I do that, it will first import the data for me. In fact, this exercise I want you also to do along with me. Can you all, meanwhile this is running for me, can you also go ahead and bring your morning shift table inside your Hdfs quickly? And if you want, go to your SQL and check whether this morning shift data is available for you. So M will be capital underscore shift, where S is also capital. I can give you the name here. Morning underscore shift. So this is the name of your table. You can quickly go and check that quickly.
Yes, it is there.
It's there. Showing the records?
Yes.
Perfect. So go ahead and import it to Hdfs quickly at one location. For me, it's written, but let you complete it first. Command syntax is in front of you if you need the help. Once you're done, let me know, guys. Okay, Aditi is done. Karthik, you were able to execute that, the command which I gave you?
It gave an error saying this directory is not there.
Okay. Can you do a PWD and give the full path there?
Sorry?
Can you do a PWD and you will get a path for employee list new, right? Where you have kept this employee list new .sql and give that full path executed. So what I mean to say, where I've written employee list new .sql, right? Give the full path there, where this file is located.
Okay.
Okay, good Surbi, good Ricky, good Ramnath, good Gaush, good Aditi. Okay, 5-6 people have done only. This should be simple, guys. Last 2 minutes, quickly complete this. Okay, good, Garishma. What about others? Last 1 minute. Okay, so once you have done this, then after that you can come back here in wherever you have saved it and look at your data. You will be able to see 4 records which you might have created. So for example, here I have morning, and if I go to the last part file, I have the 4th record being saved here, right? All good till this step. So I got 4 part files. Now I want only one person to do this exercise along with me. Maybe I can nominate Arun for doing this. So Arun, what I want is connect to your MySQL quickly, use your database, and then after that, I'm sending you an insert command. Quickly do that in your morning shift. So let me also execute it at my end.
Okay.
So this is the same command which you have to execute. So what I did is I just added 2 more values within that. So can you also quickly do that? Arun, only one person have to do it, guys. Don't try to do, otherwise you will get errors.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Once you are done, just let me know. So what I have done in this step is I just added 2 more records, which is the newly added records, which I would like to see now, that how to add them up into my existing directory which we have created. Okay, now I need everyone attention now.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay, now I need everyone attention. Now what I will do, from scoop import -- connect, giving the username and password, everything will remain the same. Okay, even your table, which is a morning shift, will also remain the same. Target dir will also remain the same. But what I will now say is incremental, incremental. Okay, so this I'm telling that I want to basically insert inside the same one. Now I'm saying append. Okay, append. So means go and append in that same data set. So I'm telling that incremental, and after that basically append operation I want to do. Now I have to tell on based on which column I want to do. So I have done the split by, if you remember, basically this have happened last command ran on the primary key, which was what? Agent ID. So agent ID was the primary key for that data. So I have to say based on which column, I will say check column, and I can tell agent ID. So this is my column name. So this is mandatory. I have to tell that based on which column I would like to check that what is the data got inserted. Now I have to manually tell also after which record I would like to insert it. So the last scene value which you have done was, if I look at the last hyphen value, so last hyphen change value was 4. So I need to define that. Now you may ask me, what about if I put 3? If you put 3, then in that case, what it will do, after 3, whatever records were added will be gone into your new one. Means 4 will get duplicated in that case. So as a developer, it's your responsibility to provide the correct value. So here we are telling that the last value is 4. After that, whatever values are there, go and insert it inside the same target dir which we have earlier put on. So now if I execute this,
So Shivang, before executing this command, we should always know what was the last ID.
definitely, you should always know it. So this is something which is a manual effort which you need to be aware of. So you can always go that when you go to your this directory, right? You can always check it from the part M003, means the last file. From the last file, the last item which is there, which will be your last value. Right? So from here you can check that. And then you can insert it. But it will not give you any error, guys, in case if you put it 2 or 3. It will still insert, but just that you will end up duplicating your records. Okay, this got completed now. And you can see it is now telling me that I have the last check column was agent ID. And can you see this is also telling me what was the last value now? Means the new last value, which is 6 right now. So now if I go back and refresh this again, I go to free and again go to morning. Can you notice new files came up here, right? So it have decided to just run it with 2 mappers because it was just 2. Scoop decided not to run by 4 mappers. This time it ran it with just 2 mappers. So because there were 2 records only, 5 and 6, and it inserted both the records in this case. Can you all now go ahead, just update your existing command. I can open the command in front of you. Just the same import command which you have done. The same since Arun have already inserted 5 and 6 for you. Now can you go ahead and insert this thing to your table now? Means in your Hdfs directory now.
Is there a way we can see this last value in some metadata using some command?
You can sort of a command like this, select max of that particular column from table. Right? So that is also written. Means
like get the last primary key.
Yeah. So you can always hit those SQL commands using the scoop itself, right? Because right now we just learned how to write a SQL query using scoop. So that can return you a value, and that value you can use it then here.
Shivank, update on that you asked about the location of those files. I'm not able to find those files at all. Looking into my folders, I don't know where I.
Shivank, to update, like I have ran those schemas that you have shared from Wget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have all the 4 files?
Yeah, I have 4 files. I have ran 2 and 2 are running.
Oh,
so it is taking time to run.
Okay. So you have already executed this command also, which I gave you?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Then in that case, just do the same thing for all the files.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
All the data set will be available. Looks like today we will anyway not be able to start this case study because there are so many things we have to still complete in this. At least for tomorrow, this should be ready. Whoever have completed this one, let me know.
Shivank, 2 questions. First of all, you're not giving the JDBC connection in this command, right? You are.
It's exactly the same. You can see here, right? It's a JDBC connection.
Okay. And the folder name, it's the same folder where the previous file got loaded, right?
I have not touched anything in that target dir. I kept the same thing. Only thing which just happened is this portion. Means this is this portion. Incremental.
Okay.
And the last value. These 3 extra got added. Otherwise, there is no change done in the last one.
Okay, understood.
Aditi, since you're done, can you try inserting maybe one more record? And this time in the last value, can you give maybe 3 or 4? Let's see what's going to happen.
Okay, so I have to insert in the table as well, right?
Maybe insert something like 7.
Yeah, I'll insert.
Shivang, the 4 files that you have shared through duplicate,
Mhm.
in that 2 files are same, like only employee list new and the recipient info new are same. Like it is repeating.
No, this should be see, first of all, have you got the employee list new?
Yeah, employee list new, like the table is available in the LearnDex database.
Second one, have you received recipient info new?
Yes, yes.
Third one is reference info new.
Reference info, yes, yes. Reference info new, I haven't. Yeah, let me do that. And another is messages, right? Message new.
These 4 are there. So it should be a different table.
Okay, okay.
So Shivang, it's to load batch data and incremental data, it has to be 2 different operations, right? It cannot be one. In one command, you cannot have batch as well as incremental data.
Right.
And it cannot be a continuous job, right?
No, it cannot be. So for these things, generally we create a job, scoop jobs. I will tell you how we create that in some time. That basically help to keep a track. It's just that every time we just only update the last value for it.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, Ramnath.
Is there a way to give the last value dynamically?
No. Actually, you can. There are ways we have to write. I have written this down using a Perl script. So you can use it even Python script or something. So what I had done was I have basically, I can give you the idea, though it's not official. This is something which I do it. So what I did was like from basically I was hitting this query, connecting using the Perl script. And from the SQL, I was in the Perl script, I was writing that, okay, select max, the primary key, whatever return for me. And I was storing the result into a variable. So let's say whatever variable I call it as var1, I store it here. Now what I was doing was this code, the scoop code which you're saying, we can use it using a Java interface also. So within this Java interface, I was calling the scoop and I was passing this last value as the parameter, let's say var1. So it was getting passed through the Java code. You got a high level idea, right? How this will work?
Yes, understood.
So this way we were able to, but again, this is not something official way. This is, you can say it's just a hack.
Shivank, I executed the query using last value as some older value. I gave 3, and I can see in the part that it started from 4.
Correct. So it's duplicating your data, right?
Yes.
Everybody else have also completed it?
No, we are doing it.
Who said what? I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Yeah, Harshal.
Yeah. Have you completed, Harshal?
No, I'm doing it.
Yeah. Take another 2-3 minutes or maybe 4-5 minutes completed. Okay. Aditi and Ricky are done. Whoever keeps on completing, please keep on writing as well, like done, so that I'm aware of who all have completed. Okay, good, Harshad. Shivatsa. Okay, Gaush is also done.
So Shiva, the thought process for the incremental is that we're just pushing scoop to do an export, do an import from a random position in the file, right?
So it's, if you give a wrong location, then yes, it's a random location.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just.
Everyone completed? Can I move ahead? Okay, go to your SQL and check a table called as consolidated stocks. I'm just giving you this in your chat box. Can you all do a select * from this table quickly and tell me what is there inside it? So this part I want to give you as a homework. That's the reason I'm asking you. Just let me know what you see inside this. I will show you the command, but I want you to work it as a homework activity. What is the value, guys? Anyone have seen that?
Shivank is showing empty sets, 0.
Okay. So now what I want you to do is look at this metadata, create a file, a text file on your own related to this metadata. So if there's a string, put a string. So maybe if you will look at this data, it will be something like, let's say, There will be some columns of string type, integer type, and so on. Create a blank file with the same table schema, having just 2 or 3 rows inserted, not more than that. That should be completely fine. Then after that, what I want you to do is, I want you to transfer the data of that file. So what I'm saying is, let's say you will create a file with the same schema with some comma separated. So let's say, this 1, 2, 3, comma something, and so on, right? Place it inside some Hdfs location. So let's say /user /Cloudera /free let's say C consolidated. You have placed it inside it. Then what I want you to do is use an export, means whatever you file has there, do an export command and place this data inside the blank table which you have just seen. And after this export is finished, you should be able to see that when you hit the select asterisk from the table, you should be able to see that record coming up for you. Everyone clear on this part? What you have to do?
Shivang, sorry, I missed you about the metadata. From where are we going to get it?
So when you go inside your MySQL, can you say DESC, your table name in your MySQL? Let's try that right away.
Okay,
so when you will do this, you will be able to see that, okay, what is the integer or varchar or everything available for you, right? Now, what I want from this is, I want to ensure that you are able to sync or create these files kind of data quickly using this metadata. I'm giving you this intentionally. Reason being, a lot of times when we do testing of our things, what we have to do is quickly we have to create a file with the table given and quickly see whether it's matching up or not. So this is sort of an activity which happens generally in the projects, and this happens very frequent when you're working across these situations. So at least you should be able to, in a situation, able to do that. I will tomorrow give you a file also, which is a proper .txt file, which has some 8-9 records, which I already have it. But I'm not giving it to you for now because I want you to do this exercise once. Tomorrow, as a first thing, we will do this. Okay. So one thing, you will be using export command. Second thing is, instead of target dir and all, because here it don't make sense, you have to use this parameter, export -dir, and give the path of this location. The rest of the things are very simple and very similar. Clear on this one homework assignment? It will hardly take you 5 to 10 minutes. But everyone clear on this part? Okay. Now, second thing. This is also very important. How we can create, DESC or describe, anything is fine. It will give you the metadata and you have to just create a quick file. Now, one more thing is how to write a scoop job. What do you mean by scoop job? Let me first show you the command and then I will explain it. Okay, look at this, what I'm doing in this case. I'm going to say is scoop job, create morning shift. Now what I'm doing is, I am giving this whole command. Everybody, can you make out on this command? What is this? Incremental approach? Right, I can just change this directory path /user /Cloudera /free. I think I created by the name modeling, right? Everything is same in this case. I'm also giving, let's say, last value as 3. If I wanted, I could have given 3 also. Means 4 or 3, anything is fine, right? Now, in this case, what will happen? When I say scoop job -FN create in some name, this command is not going to get executed. Instead, it will create a morning shift type of job, which you can run it later at any time you wish to. So what's going to happen here? Let's say right now, if I do this, this is not going to execute this incremental approach at all. Let's see this output. Okay, what just happened? Okay, which is a warning. Running scoop. Okay, error passing the argument for import. Okay, I got this. There's a typo above. I just need to fix this, and now it will work. Okay, I think I did some other mistake now. Error passing for the job also. Looks like the same problem is there for lot many places. Or I can just copy paste from the above also, or any command should also be fine. Let me just quickly bring up any one. I'm just removing this up because there are a lot many mistakes in this. Morning shift. Let's execute it. Okay. Just 1 second, guys. I think I missed out again to give hyphen before import, because otherwise it will not work. Okay, just ignore this for a meanwhile. I will fix it in just a minute or something. Since we are running in the last 10-15 minutes, I don't want to spend time on it. Maybe I will fix it and get back to you. I will tell you what exactly going to happen with this case. So first of all, it will create a job for me with a name, let's say whatever I have. Let's say I have created with the name morning shift. Now what's going to happen? Whenever this I want to run, so I will say scoop job hyphen exec, which means execute, and give the name of it. That's it. It will go ahead and start executing for you. You want to see how many jobs you have? You can say hyphen show. It will return you all the names for it. You want to see that what all available for you? You can say hyphen list. Means scoop job hyphen show. Scoop job hyphen list. When I say hyphen show, also you have to give the name of it. After list, you don't need to. So this I will show you maybe tomorrow because I'm doing some mistake maybe in the syntax, and I will fix it up and basically show you up on this front. Okay. Any question on the point what all we have discussed? Anything, whatever we have discussed, any questions on that? Okay. So let me tell you an industrial scenario. What happens is, let's say you went to a client who have the on-premises database. So on-premises means it's not on cloud. It's sitting maybe in some DB. Maybe they have some 5 years of the data, which is lying here. Okay, so it's pretty much big amount of data, which is sitting into it. And what you want to do is you want to bring it on your Hdfs, which is sitting on a secure network. Okay, let's say this is sitting on your secure network. Now, one challenge which happens when this, if you try to directly apply your scoop command, it will fail. Okay, it don't work like this in a secure network. There will be some network protocol which will be there inside it. So what happens in this case is there will be a network admin. You have to tell them to open some port for you. So basically when you want to, like, for example, there are ports for specific, like for example, SSH have always the port number 22, right? So you have to tell that I want to create a connection basically for my Rdbms to Hdfs. So I want basically a port to be open for me so that I should be able to connect with this. So the port basically for it, I think is 3305, something like that. Just I have to check it up. I think 3306 only. So you have to tell some port number which you have to connect with this. Now this is network guys are very good at that. So they will be doing it for you. So you need not do anything for this part. Number one. Second thing is, whenever you are doing all these things, you have to always ensure to create some connections. What I mean by that. So for example, maybe you can have a SQL developer here in your DB, SQL developer. And in this SQL developer, maybe have a JDBC connection and have a test with your DB. Just have a quick test. This will just to ensure that whether your DB you are able to connect with it or not before you start sending the data to Hdfs. Otherwise, what happens? I tell you the problem with it. You start sending your data and you thought that, okay, it will take some time because it's on-premise and all. And maybe you are ending up wasting a lot of time and the cost as well. So that's not a good idea. So always ensure that you create a connection and just quickly have a test connection with this using JDBC. And you can have a SQL developer installed there. So just to have a quick check around that everything is getting connected, JDBC driver is working fine, and everything is all good. Sometimes you may see the error like SQL timeout, something, or database timeout, something like that. Timeout error will be there. Now, in those cases, most of the times what will happen is that you will find that there will be some firewall due to which this is happening. Okay. Now, if you have a firewall, then you may think that, hey, should I just remove the firewall? Never do that. Never ever do that. I have seen people doing this, but you can bring more risk if you do this to your system. So what is the best way in that? In firewall, you can even have some rules. So you can define a rule which states that if your ingress traffic is coming from your this one, some Rdbms to this, allow that. So add a rule to basically allow to whitelist. This is something called as whitelisting. So people who do not know about firewall and all, you can ignore this up. This is mainly for little some senior folks who basically are working across all this, because this is a very common problem which I have seen in the industrial scenario. This happens a lot. Then people, especially people who have just started, they feel that, oh, why my scoop is not working. Okay, or what is the mistake I'm doing across with this? So this is a common thing which you should actually look at. Then after that, your data will get passed through this layer and will be getting transmitted. Okay, one more thing which I generally follow. If your data is huge, always try to even insert a very small data. Maybe just write a small query with hyphen where clause. Okay, why? Because maybe you have terabytes of data here and you start simply transmitting it. Maybe by chance you found out some mistake. Means after you transferred all the data, you will find that you did some mistake in this. This have happened in the past. I have seen all these mistakes happening. What happened? You are not only ending up wasting the cost of the storage, but also this network transfer time and the cost which you have also invested on it. So the better way is always, once you have tested your connection and everything is fine, and if you think that your data is used to be transferred, have a quick check, maybe just passing your data, small data, whether you are storing it well in your Hdfs, and then after that, start your full process. Everyone clear on this part? This is mainly for some senior folks who already know these things. In fact, anyone, since you guys are working on this already in the big data environment, anyone who have come across this similar sort of situation from on-premise to cloud facing issues? Anyone? No one? That's surprising. I think there are some senior folks here, right? Okay. If not, then just keep these things in mind, because this will really help you to sort of get an idea that what are the challenges which generally comes in when you're working basically in this industrial scenarios. Okay. Yeah. Any questions from anyone? I have still not covered some optimization techniques, because for that I wanted to cover even this thing which is called as your case study. I want to first finish out that. So tomorrow we will do two things. Number one, I will look at your export assignment which I've given very quickly. Second thing is I will be going over this job execution once again. Quickly, we'll show you what's the mistake we were doing also today. And then further to that, we will complete a case study. So be on time, because if you miss out the understanding of case study, you will be lost. Okay. So make sure that you join, because this too will take very less time. Then further to that, once we are done with this case study, we will move to Apache Hadoop. So this will be basically the focus tomorrow. And in this case study, I will bring some optimizations also. And maybe some more scenarios of industrial. Like what are the things which keeps coming up? Because these things you will not find in books. This generally comes when you start working on projects and you start facing issues. So this I will keep talking about in every case, right? Even in Apache Hive, or when you're working with this, definitely the scenario will be different, but I will tell you what kind of issues generally comes while working in the practical scenarios.
Shivank, how to do this one automate? If we can close the scoop also, it is running in the back end.
Automate means automate what, Manja?
Automate the jobs for 24/7 it has to run. How to do that?
So are you aware of this cron jobs?
Yes.
Okay. Similar to that, in big data, there is something called as Uzi.
Okay.
So you can basically not only schedule, but you can also even provide the sequence how you want to also run. You can also say that at this time frame, I want to execute this. So for that only, that scoop job is there, right? Which I just explained you. Scoop job, though we couldn't complete it, but this created, you can use that basically in the Uzi format and can schedule and automate all the things which you need.
Okay.
Hey Shivank, sorry, I was on some emergency call. Like, could you repeat that industrial question which you were asking?
So basically what I was talking about is like if you have a data center, let's say on on-premises, and your SD environment is sitting in a secure network.
Okay.
You're able to hear all this, right? What I said, enabling the port.
Yeah, I think I missed the last part, like the last few seconds.
Right. One is to ensure that you enable this on the network layer, the port when you want to connect with SQL to Hdfs. Second is to have this connection with your SQL developer. With the help of JDBC, have a quick check whether the connection is happening here from the cloud. Third is if basically you come across these issues of, let's say, SQL timeout or connection timeout, then look at your firewall. Let's say this is just one thing. It could be multiple reasons. But let's say your firewall is not there, don't delete the whole firewall, because I've seen people doing that mistake. They think that, okay, let's disable the firewall, it will start working. So never do that. And basically add some rule across within that. That will help you to connect this to this. Means just add an exception rule for this so that you can just allow this connection without impacting the other things. And these three things which I basically talked about. So then I was asking that anyone who have faced any similar sort of conditions in the past, especially senior folks must have gone through it.
Yeah, see, on the HDFS part, right, we had set up the same thing on cloud. So in cloud, as you know, like from on-premise to cloud, there are a lot of challenges, right? So in that case, we would ask the IT team or cloud team to enable the firewall. So basically what happens when we set up this HDFS on an EC2 instance or somewhere, we would open the firewalls, be it the inbound port and outbound port. So once the connection is clear, then we would be starting the scope job.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, so you're doing the right thing. And one more thing which I also talked about was like generally when people have seen that if you have, let's say, terabytes of data, you directly start transferring it to SDFS. And after the transfer happen, you will realize some mistake you have done.
Yeah,
so
right.
This is a common mistake. So a better idea is maybe write a scoop with just condition like -f where, so that you just use a very small section of the data and then transfer it just to see whether what you need you are getting as based on that. And then after that, start transferring the whole data.
Yeah, and the other option is instead of migrating the entire database, we would try to migrate a sample subset of database, maybe one table, and then if it works, then we will try migrating the other stuff.
Correct. Yeah. So a lot of people have seen they have the habit of using import all tables, which is the idea if you have terabytes of data.
Yeah, right.
Because if errors will come also, then you will be lost that, okay, why this error, which table is getting into error. So it's very difficult to debug it.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, this is a small case. This is just to talk about like what kind of issues you can come across. And then you need not panic, and what are the things you can think of the resolutions across.
Yep.
Any questions, guys, on any topic we discussed? Except scoop jobs, because that is something we have not completed.
So guys, any questions?
Okay, just to confirm, tomorrow class is at what time? Is it at 7 a.m. or 7:30? Just want to quickly confirm.
As per the schedule that we have received, it should start by 7.
Okay.
Let me confirm.
Sure. Lakshmi, if you are aware of it.
I think it's 7 a.m., right?
7, right?
Yeah, Satish, 7 a.m.
Sure. So guys, tomorrow I know it's a little early, but please be on time, because if you miss out in the start of the case study, you will be little lost, because there will be a lot of background which I'm going to tell you about that. Okay. Sure. Then in that case, we are good. You have just one small assignment. Please complete that, because that's the first thing we will do tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Just to iterate over the assignment, we have to create a text file, move it to Hdfs, and export that text file into consolidated stocks.
So I've already given you a blank table there. You have to just insert the data there using it.
Okay.
Any other question, guys, before we can sign off for the day? Okay, then we are good. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you, Shivam.
Thank you, Shiva. Thanks, everyone.